Hi everyone, we'll be with you in just a second. Making sure our streams are up and going before we kick things off. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and chat, my friends. We have some storms to tell you about. Thanks for joining me on tonight's broadcast. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Kubal. We have some severe weather unfolding in a couple of locations across the state, northeastern Iowa, and then some significant flash flooding up into southern Minnesota. We'll probably touch on all of this going on. The reason I'm starting a stream, though, is for a severe thunderstorm warning, and this warning is in place for Calhoun, Carroll, Greene, Webster County for 60-mile-per-hour wind potential. Haven't seen any official reports of that wind being verified, but closer to early, I did have a report of 40-mile-per-hour wind. But this is kind of the segment of this storm that's starting to show some potential where it wants to kind of bow out just a little bit and get a little bit of a rear inflow push to it. So let me go ahead and pull the scope out. As you look in here on the velocity picture, you can see that there are some impulses that are looking a bit stronger. Just to the southwest of Lake City, north of Carroll, right about Highway 71 near Auburn. That's where it looks like the strongest wind would be in association with this storm right now. Okay, coming up on the screen, I'm going to have the wind gusts here momentarily. By the way, we are streaming on multiple platforms tonight. I am monitoring the comments on Facebook Live. If you want to check out any of those comments and leave one for us, if you have a specific question, I'm happy to answer that for us. But if you're watching on the We Are Iowa app, thanks for joining us. Unfortunately, I don't have a means of communication to you. I suppose we can use Haymarket if you want. You can reach out to us. Just text us. That phone number is 515-457-1026. You can text us your questions. Here's the winds, the latest gusts coming through. So unfortunately, right where this area is, we don't have a lot of observation sites, but I'll back things up. You'll see early did gust to 40 as this segment moved through, Storm Lake to 30. And I know these cities are small. That's intentional because once you move into populated areas, I mean, you see what happens here. So we did that by design, not necessarily for everyone to see at home, but for us to kind of call out and discuss what's happening. Yeah, Heather, there is a distinct kind of gap in the line here. We'll see if it can fill in, but this has been kind of hinted at for a little bit in the data today, kind of a little bit of a gap in there. Definitely up in northern Iowa, that's some nasty stuff that's going, and some of the rainfall. Of course, this is up into some of my old territory. I've been watching this from afar, still keeping people updated, but some significant rainfall up there. Some reports of 5 to 7 inches of rain and probably exceeding that in a few locations now. Radar estimates 7 to 8 there in the southern part of Mower County, Minnesota. Big time issues. I-90 is currently closed in Austin, Minnesota due to flooding. We'll see some streaks of 1 to 3 across central Iowa, but at least our segment of the storm is a little bit more progressive. And what I mean by that is actually it's moving progressively. It's not so stagnant. So while I do think there will be some heavy rain to be had, it's not going to be persistent for a very prolonged period. Now, it is kind of a slow moving line. It's only moving about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Speaking of that, I'll go ahead and put a track on things as this one drifts to the south and east with time. Now, ultimately, it is kind of on target, if you will, for the Des Moines Metro, but it's a long ways out. We're just starting to get the leading edge get towards Carroll. It's going to be there in the next couple of minutes. 6:51, 6:56 in Glidden, Scranton by 7:08. Patton at 7:14, Jefferson by 7:17, Beaver by 7:30, and this is well out of the warning by 7:39. I haven't seen a lot of ground truth to this coming through yet. Let me see with the Weather Service. Not a lot of chatter there. I don't see many reports of wind. Northeast of Ida Grove, there was a report of 55 miles per hour. Pardon me while I kind of jostle things around a little bit. Get back to you. So right now, at least the way things look, I'm watching that area that's trying to exhibit some bowing out, and that's where we have the most agitated winds aloft right now. Is kind of in that Calhoun, Carroll County vicinity. Where you see those brighter greens, that's where that wind is running a little bit more strong. I would also say out towards Crawford County as well. Kind of looks like that wind. We have a circulating storm overhead. Not necessarily a tornadic type signature, but at least a circulating storm overhead that is one to watch, that is spinning that wind around, helping to sustain the thunderstorm just a little bit. How's everyone doing here on this Wednesday evening? Hope you're all doing well. Thanks for joining us on the broadcast. We have quite a few people watching, interested in this weather that's happening over central Iowa. We do have the one warning. Let me just talk my expectations here for tonight. I don't think we're going to be seeing a big widespread swath of wind cutting through. We are kind of lacking in the shear department as things move south. We're also lacking a bit in the energy department as we move our way south. One of the difference makers here is northwest Iowa is just a little bit more humid up in this vicinity, and that's given more thunderstorm energy to work with. You notice what's happening as you move further south and east, you start running out of that. Now, it's not zero, but this should help aid into a trend to maybe weaken things just a little bit as we continue on. Also, kind of the shear values just not looking all too great in some of these areas. So that's also one thing to keep in mind as well. I'm going to pull up a couple things on the computer here off to the side, and we can chat just a little bit about what's going on. Just kind of the setup, if you will. And I'll be monitoring that storm back closer to Carroll and the Jefferson area as we continue on. We don't have the ground truth from it. Not to say it's not happening, but you'll want to stay away from windows on this one. So let me get 0 to 6 shear up here, and I want to bring you up on the web PC, web browser. Okay, what input is that real quick? Input 3 needs to come to me. Okay, and I'm going to take the web PC here, and I'm going to drive it just a little bit. So what you're going to notice here, this is the deep layer shear, and basically kind of think of it as spin in the atmosphere. We need spin to sustain these thunderstorms so they don't just go straight up and then it rains and it fizzles them back out. It needs to have an element of tilt to it. So the parameters definitely a little bit better suited up over northwestern Iowa. When you start to see those blues down further to the south, it's not quite as ripe. So it does move into a slightly less favorable environment with time tonight. Now, it does bring its own corresponding wind shift, obviously, in the thunderstorm. So you kind of have to block out the noise, if you will, and just look at the scenario as a whole, kind of out the leading edge of that line. And that shear right there in the blue to dark green is 10 to 20. I'd ideally be looking for 30 to 40, and this is knots, but it's a little bit under my threshold here. Don't really have too much of a tornado threat in the scenario. If there is one, it's more favored over northeastern Iowa, but the low-level shear just is not all that great in the grand scheme. It's probably best in northeastern Iowa. Don't really see much peaking past yellow here on the low-level helicity, which you can kind of think of as spin again. And then I want to show you the updraft helicity. This is kind of the updrafts and just how much they're rotating as they go up. And notice as we move south, it's really lackluster. So what that tells me is we'll kind of lose the strongest updrafts. We'll start being downdrafting, more rain-driven, and eventually as things move further south, we're going to see these storms kind of weaken with time. It's just this one right here that we're going to really be focused on over Carroll, Calhoun, Greene, and Webster County. This is kind of the signal that looks the most ideal to produce some wind right now. And I'll go back to the velocity picture and kind of see the brighter greens that are popping up in this vicinity as some place to watch. Okay, I'll get the wind gusts to come up here, check out some of the questions. Abby asks, is Newton going to flood like we did on the 4th? Chances are going to be pretty low. I think our storms are fairly progressive here for today. Carroll's gusting to 38. We'll have to see how that continues with time. 1 second here, my friend. Sorry, you didn't need to hear that. I'm struggling with sinus issues, so pardon me if you hear some notable pauses. I'm just kind of dealing with some things here. Let's go to Hamburg. Diane, Debbie, are you related to Henry Winkler? I'm not. Asking Heather, though. Let me check out the We Are Iowa app. There is some wind in Carroll. Thanks, Brian. Yeah, I'm seeing that 38 miles per hour. Let me know if you think it's any stronger, Brian. I do appreciate you jumping on with that report. So this has been kind of the segment that's wanted to bow out on us. And you can kind of see that evolving just a little bit before this warning came out. So I'll go ahead and draw the bow and the arrow. This is starting to push forward, accelerate forward. And we watch that leading apex for the strongest. So Greene County towards Scranton, Jefferson, heads up for this. I think there could be some stronger wind in there. Getting a report that there is some stronger wind from Brian saying it's there's some wind and it's raining pretty hard in Carroll. Join us on the Facebook Live broadcast. That really helps out, friends. When you can relay any reports that are going on, of course, we want you to do so in a safe manner. We'll see how Carroll reacts over the next few minutes. Let me check with the National Weather Service here. Pretty quiet, actually. Local storm reports. We had 52 miles per hour, 5 miles southwest of Rockwell City in Calhoun County. Okay. So that was from a personal weather station. What did I say? Rockwell City? Yeah. So that would, 5 miles southwest, that would be kind of right in line, right, from where the apex of that bow moved through. I guess Rockwell City is actually technically down here. So 5 miles, there you have it. So these are the kind of things I'm looking for. So heads up in Greene County. Yeah, I see potential for up to 60 miles per hour. I don't necessarily believe we're going to see widespread issues along this entire line. And you can see there's warnings, hit and miss along with it as we go throughout that entire line. I think that's going to be the song and dance that we deal with here for tonight. Fort Dodge done with the storms. You know, technically not. You could see one develop over you, but there's not really much upstream from you, Matthew. Thanks for the question. I would say rainfall amounts that we're probably looking at here. Well, why don't I go ahead and pull those up for you. And this is just raw data, mind you, but you can draw some indications, some key things to watch by looking at this data. I never ever show this to you and say, you know what, Iowa Falls is going to get 1.01 inches of rain, right? I want you to notice kind of the streaks that are associated in here. Okay, a streak there, streak there, streak here, right? There's going to be streaks of 1 to 3 inches, maybe even a little bit more. Now, I think what we're looking at with real-time observations of what's going on northeastern Iowa is probably where we see this biggest blob. Maybe not so much towards Iowa Falls and Hampton and Grundy Center, probably a little bit further to the north and east, right? Because that's where it's already unfolding. But there will be some streaks in there that could be 1 to 3. And I think 1 to 3 is something we can handle at this point. But I'd be especially most concerned with those areas around Polk, Jasper, Marshall, Story County that were just inundated. So Skunk River Valley, the Des Moines River Valley to an extent, but mainly the tributaries that lead into it, like 4 Mile Creek, right? Everything kind of swollen and waterlogged there. Also want to note that we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm watch that is in place until midnight over northern and western Iowa. Does not officially include the Des Moines proper, but some of the western burbs are included in this. So this is kind of that area where everything aligns well for severe weather. Even if it's not jumping off the page, that's the area to watch. The parameters are not jumping off the page tonight, but we definitely have the energy. We have the warmth and humidity up over northern Iowa right now. Okay. Yeah, just checking in to see, if there's any reports out across that I haven't heard of. I'm just going to sample these winds right now, what they're looking at, 46 miles per hour. Keep in mind this is kind of elevated up in the air right now. So 40 to 50 miles per hour. I'll back it up over the last hour. You can kind of see, though, the scan elevation's getting lower, and I think you're sampling into an area of the thunderstorm where that wind is just a little bit more robust. Some of it is making the ground. I don't think it's a significant, extremely high level wind that is punching through. Let me show you the lightning here. Sometimes lightning can give you an indication on just how strong a storm is. And especially over Crawford County, that lightning is whipping. We actually don't have the most lightning on the leading edge of this bow. And I think it's because we're really starting to become downdrafty and there's not a lot of updraft there right now. Let's check those wind gusts. See how Carroll reacted here at the airport officially. Now 10 miles per hour, 26 in Rockwell City. Carroll was 38, probably leading edge of the gust. We'll have to see how that goes. Returns have certainly been on the downward trend here with this leading edge. If this continues, it would be in a weakening state, but right now it's kind of in that downdrafty state where it's rushing down and kind of fanning out across the ground. You can see some hints that there is an outflow right here. So that's probably just getting into Jefferson, south of Scranton. Let me check out the CC, see if there's any clear pockets of hail that being indicated. Maybe a little bit there west of Carroll and a little bit around the Denison area. We'll go to the hail parameter. This will take a second to load in. I haven't used it today, so it takes a second to fetch the data. Cindy asking a question, will the storm be strong after the sun goes down? General weakening trend will progress as the night continues, as these storms go southeast. The atmosphere just is not as favorable further south into Iowa. So this is really looking like it's going to be areas north of the Des Moines Metro and west of the Des Moines Metro that have the best chance. Good question, Cindy. Okay, so here's the hail size parameter. I mentioned west of Denison and west of Carroll, and those are kind of the two local maximums to watch. Probably sub-severe there between Denison and Carroll. West of Denison, maybe up to that severe limit. Wouldn't be surprised. That looks to be a healthy thunderstorm over Crawford County. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a severe thunderstorm warning there here shortly. North, like Ankeny, Deb. I mean, generally speaking, the chance increases as you move north of Des Moines and west of Des Moines. I'm not going to say Ankeny is going to get it and Des Moines not. Generally speaking, though, the further you get away from town, the parameters look a little bit more likely for it. So that's what I'm trying to convey. Yeah, you're welcome, Bradley. Happy to be on with you, and thanks for joining me here tonight. Thanks, Brian, for the report. Heavy rain right now in Carroll. Let me know if there's any significant wind, would you, Brian? That always helps. I've been watching kind of the wind gusts coming through, the storm reports, which are really lacking coming in. We just don't have a lot of reports at this point. And we'll see how that Carroll sensor reacts. It's not really in prime location. I'll especially want to see how Jefferson and maybe Scranton react here, because they're more in line with that leading edge. It is going to be right here, kind of this leading section. I'll kind of put my arrows in here. This is going to be the leading section to watch for the strongest wind, I'd feel. Heather, it's largely going to be fairly slow. And what I mean by that is 30, 35. So it's definitely not racing to the south and east. And we'll be keeping an eye on it right here for you. So yeah, we do have the fever that are going to be on for tonight. And, that's going to be high-profile viewing. So unless we have some significant wind or something like a tornado, I'm not going to be touching that on Local 5. So, Heather, hope that helps. These are going to be fairly slow moving, about the 30, 35 range is what we're dealing with. So there's a signal for maybe 60 mile per hour wind, I would say, from this, but I haven't been wowed, if you will, for anything to be significantly higher. It does have some of the classic looks, the earmarks to be seen, but I haven't seen the bulk of reports, which we are moving through some decently dense areas with several communities in there. I think we'd be hearing some significant reports from that. So this one's just starting to get into Greene County now. So from Tredan to Ralston, that's where we have the worst of it. I'm just going to sample this real quick because I want to see exactly what this is warned for. This is warned for 35 miles per hour. Radar indicated up to 60 miles per hour. Moving southeast at 35. A big mass here. Just a second, I need to text my brother-in-law because he's kind of in an area that's being hit up here. So from Britt to Mason City through Clear Lake to Charles City, there's a solid slug of heavy rain that's moving kind of easterly and southeasterly. There is one severe thunderstorm warning there for Chickasaw, Fayette, Howard, Winneshiek counties until 60 miles per hour. Looks like they're going to be watching a circulation with that. That's why that threat says tornado possible. And then another severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour wind. Still kind of the same segment of that line to watch for that wind potential, Fayette and Winneshiek County. Just different section on downstream. There is a noticeable gap from Fort Dodge to Clarion. You may not see significant rain in this area. Kind of a gap in there. There's been a little bit of a gap being noted in the data I've seen here. So kind of a broken line, if you will. Thanks, Brian. 5 minutes ago, heavy winds at the time in Carroll, so I do appreciate that. Yeah, there's certainly some wind that is appearing to be jumping down to the ground. In that gap, we may fill in with time. We may not. We'll see how it goes. There's two little spokes that we've been watching with the wave that's kind of triggering these storms along the cold front, and there's one a little bit further to the north and one a little bit further to the south with this. Let's go back to the wind and see if things have updated. I'll check with the Weather Service here real quick. Oh, okay. Yeah, so actually just hearing from the National Weather Service, they don't plan on reissuing downstream on this one. 35 miles per hour, you see that mark south of Carroll. I actually think this is the Carroll Airport. For some reason, it's plotting way to the south, whereas it should be up to the north. Also, the reason why they're not going to be reissuing is it's becoming cold pool dominant. So you remember about 5 minutes ago, I was kind of talking about becoming downdraft dominant. It's rain dominant right now. So it's actually rushing that cold air out well ahead of the storm. And you can see that right here. You see that concentric circle kind of curling up around? Well, that's a good 10 miles from the parent thunderstorm. That's that cold air that's rushing out, and it effectively undercuts the updraft, and these storms just can't sustain. So it is undergoing a weakening trend right now, and we haven't seen a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust come in. I'd say maybe up to 50 right now is what I would be watching and being concerned with. Lightning helps tell the tale, too. It really does. You have an uptick in lightning. There's been studies that show that that is also corresponding with an uptick, a surge, if you will, in the strength of that severe thunderstorm. And see, there's a noticeable lack. Let me just see what the lightning counter is saying here. On screen, we have 400 strikes, and I believe this is in the last 5 minutes, most of them being negative, what you'd expect. And I'd say the majority of them, my goodness, is over Crawford County. Let me see if I can sample that for you. Just in this vicinity, say Crawford County, 302 lightning bolts. So that left, 100 in this area. I'm not going to say it's 3 times stronger, but it does correspond with a stronger storm, right? So, Kevin, thanks for joining on the broadcast. I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, I agree. This is great. I love jumping on here and talking about storms with y'all. And I try to be as real as possible with you. I always tell people, if you see me really amped and really jazzed about thunderstorms that are going on, my goodness, take it seriously, right? Because that means that threat is real. Well, the storms in Nebraska merged with this storm. Let me see here. I don't think they sustain themselves enough to get here, okay? I don't think that's the trend. They'll be moving south and east, so by the time it does, maybe southwestern Iowa. But this line should stay fairly progressive. What we need to watch out for is prolonged east-west segments for heavy rain potential. So I'd really be watching right here. So, heads up across Franklin County. Okay, maybe just a touch to the east. Okay, so heads up for that. Franklin County, I'm blanking right there. Apologies. Grundy County. What's north? I'm blanking. I'm terrible at that. I'm so sorry, friends. And then especially here, I'd actually be watching Carroll to Denison. That's a good east-west segment as this area kind of surges southwards. It's kind of leaving that tail to drag a little bit. So there's a couple of spots to watch, and you do see a couple of impulses here, back trailing west just a touch, and a little bit more, and that's in that east-west orientation. So right, Franklin County, heads up for that, please. There's been some significant rainfall up to the north, though. I'll deviate up here, up to my old stomping grounds in Austin, Minnesota. Actually, I have a picture. I-90 is currently closed. And here is the reason why. Let's get it up here. So this is in Austin, Minnesota. Floodwater. Now this is a notorious place to see flash flooding. 11th Drive northeast to 6th Street northeast, kind of in that area. That railroad underpass is what you're seeing on screen here, and that is just notorious for flooding. This is a tight urban interstate with steep walls close center lines. There's no median, center barrier, I mean. There's no median in this area, and the water just congregates there. And this is a really old section of interstate, built in the 50s, and has seen minimal improvements since. So you can understand that this is, you know, a susceptible area. Then you have the rain estimates in this area up around 5-6 inches. So significant flooding. I always say turn around, don't drown. You know, it becomes tricky when there's interstates involved because you can't just simply turn around and go the other way because then you're looking at head-on collisions, right? So it does get a little bit more complicated than simply don't go through the floodwaters. There very well could have been officials there. You actually saw one in that video on the other lanes, right? Telling people to go through, right? You get them through until it is deemed deep enough where you don't want to send anyone else through. So it does get complicated, right, in some of those scenarios. So just keep that in mind. I've shared some videos here over the last week where we have had significant flooding and maybe some cars in it. And interstate travel makes it difficult because especially big rigs, you can't just turn them around. If you're in it, what are you going to do? Try to drive out of it. And the flow of traffic, it becomes a little bit more tricky in that regard. So this one storm is going to expire here at 7:15, and then we won't have anything as far as active warnings unless something else happens. Let me just jump over here. Okay, no additional chatter. Let's go back to the winds here. I'm going to stay on for a little bit. I just like talking with y'all. So ask me any questions you want on Facebook Live. If you're joining us on the We Are Iowa app, thank you for joining us and catching the broadcast. Denison gusting to 24, Carroll gusting to 35. I believe that's the airport. Let me double check. It's just not placed appropriately on the map. 1 second here. And yeah, that's the Carroll Airport gusting to 30 knots, which amounts to 35 miles per hour. So, but you see how much this outflow is rushed out ahead. That's well ahead of the storm. This storm is in a weakening state, and that's why the warning is going to go by the wayside here soon. I think storms continue to weaken as they push their way south. I don't think this is a widespread severe weather type of day. Question about Audubon. Thanks for jumping on, Abby, and asking the question. Let's take a look. You have some strong storms upstream from you, and I would say be heads up, be alert that there could be a 60-mile-per-hour wind pop up, but nothing imminent at this point. Let's check out the velocity and see. That rush of wind is kind of racing out ahead. That will provide a little bit of a pop. But you see, there are a few little pockets in here within this line of storms that has an uptick in the wind signature. A little bit of a convergence signal closer to the Denison area. Okay. There's been a rotating storm in that vicinity, pushing to the east into Carroll County, but it's weakening. It's going into that cold pool. There's been some decent amount of rain there along the Highway 30 corridor from Jefferson to Denison. And just upstream from there, and I mentioned earlier we got to watch these east-west segments. So in the last 3 hours, there's been 1.5 inches of rain, radar estimate, and you know, that coincides, it lines up well with the 1 to 3 inches that I'm thinking there will be some streaks. So, Steve, thank you very much for the report. 2.94 inches in Grafton. Pales compared to your friendly neighbors up into Austin. That is for sure. Heather, thanks for that. Thanks for jumping on, too. Cindy, appreciate you. Kevin, appreciate you. Thank you. So, 1 second here. Sinuses. Yay. So this warning's going away in just a minute. This one warning If anyone is in, Greene County, Carroll County, Jefferson to Carroll, and you're watching, let me know if you're seeing the wind. Duratio was, gosh, that was 21. No, that was the December duratio was 21. It was 2020, wasn't it, Joe? Central Iowa? Yeah.
I believe it was 2020.
Yeah, Central Iowa duratio was 2020. The one everyone talks about. I mean, there's been multiples, Abby, but it was August of 2020. What a messy one that was. Certainly was. So we're just kind of watching here. Scranton reporting calm. I mean, and that is a recent observation. It was not saying that earlier. It was saying 4. We're into Jefferson now. It'll be interesting to see how that site reacts, but it's just not as powerful here in this area any longer. Lightning tells the tale, and it's lacking in this area now. Strongest storm is over Crawford County and Denison, and it's not even warned right now. Probably some wind gusts up to 50. I'd say in that based on the velocity signal I briefly looked at. That's just kind of shooting from the hip without purely diving in radar diagnosis mode. But yeah, you can really see that outflow right here. Isn't that beautiful? I'll just throw the line on it. This is the outflow. And just how far that is away from the parent storm. Here, as you move over Bagley, that's 9 miles, 6 miles. So it effectively chokes out the storm. Thanks, Jessica. I appreciate that. Let me know where in Greene County. You don't have to give me your address or anything, but if there's a community nearby, what part of the county you're in. I'm guessing you're south or south and east based on that with no rain yet. But yeah, this little punch of wind is going to stir up the wind. It will. 30, 35 miles per hour. It will provide an intense cooling effect, right? And that's that cold rush of moist air running out. It does serve as a wedge to push, things up and form new updrafts. But the problem is if it gets too far away from the parent thunderstorm, you can't sustain that parent thunderstorm. You can form new ones, and I believe that's what we're kind of seeing on the leading edge. Instead of being kind of a smoother line like it is right here at 656, we look at 717 and we have new cells developing on the front edge of this. Okay, so the parent thunderstorm is being choked out. New storms are forming. We could easily reform a new threat, but as it sits right now, I don't think that's the case. Dorothy debating whether or not you want to go DoorDash. You think it's good to go? I mean, you're going to run into rain regardless. I think Des Moines is staring at rain. I don't think it's going to be severe rain. So much of that surrounds your comfort level personally and how much you dislike driving in heavy rain. Probably wouldn't be fun to DoorDash in rain and lightning. So, yeah, it's a bit on the humid side today. I'd say probably even a little bit more than I expected it to be, upper 60s and low 70s. Thank goodness this heat dome coming up here Sunday into next week. The placement with it, here, I'll just show you. We'll talk about that. The heat dome is going to be the western 2/3 of the country. If you remember the last one we just had, it was eastern half of the country. So we're kind of on the western edge. This time we're on the eastern edge, and look at this jet that's running around here. It's screaming north and northwest. So we're actually in a northwesterly flow, and if from the north and west, it's typically cooler and drier from the northwest, right? So we're not so much focusing in on the cool effect. We have that dome in place. The heat dome's there. So we're focusing in on the northwest wind. And so that prevents that moisture surge from coming up here. This is actually the low-level winds now as it cycles through. Our biggest moisture source in Iowa is typically the Gulf. And you see those winds here, they're running east to west. That's an easterly flow. So what path shows the Gulf moisture coming up our way? It doesn't, right? I mean, if anything, it goes out through Texas and just hunkers down in the southern states here. That's at least Sunday through Tuesday. Now, by the end of the week, there is signs that maybe we can start pulling up that Gulf moisture. Look, see the arrows coming across Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa. So I do think the avenue will eventually open by the end of next week. But at least to start this heat dome, it's going to be kind of a drier heat where the heat index is just not a factor. Hope that helps. Yeah, summer came in hard, didn't it, Kevin? Came in really hard. Lori asking, hoping Boone gets missed by this. Doesn't look like you have all too much upstream from you. You're kind of catching just the northern eastern edge of this storm. You'll probably end up seeing some rain. The likelihood of severe weather, I think, is quite low for Boone, Ames area right now. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a flash flood warning here over the US 18 corridor in northern northeastern Iowa. It does have some southward movement. It does, but that's a lot of heavy rain. So look at that, though. Goodness. Hey, Joe, you watching my screen? Whoa. Just 1 second here. I'm going to pull up video. This is I-90 in Austin. So, and those joining, I showed this earlier, so I'll talk about it. This is kind of a commonly flood-prone area of I-90 in Austin, Minnesota. They've had confirmed reports 5 to 7 inches of rain, probably even some a little bit higher. But water just congregates. If there's going to be flooding, this is one of the first areas to show it. And, you know, this is kind of a confined area where you can't just easily turn around. I don't know the situation. There could have been officials saying to continue to drive through at that juncture. It's not so easy to turn around on an interstate and go backwards against traffic. I mean, that's a big no-no too. So what do, right? Especially like big rigs. Some of these people may be instructed to go through. I don't know. But the interstate is now closed in this area because of that. So unfortunately, there's no traffic cameras there. At least there's only one in the vicinity, and it's not near there. So it wouldn't show it. But radar estimates 5, 6, 7 inches there over rural Mower County, Minnesota. That was pretty extreme. Let me check the comments here. Maybe there's some more images I can show. We'll see. But that was significant. Steve, I know you've been on the stream here with me, saying 2.94. I see your report in there. William, let me see if I can't read your report here. Let me pop it up on view. So 6.36 inches in Austin, Minnesota on the day. If I remember correctly, William lives on the southwestern side of town. So, yeah. Yeah, there's a comment too that says that's brave to drive through all that flood. And it is. Don't get me wrong. I don't know the extent if officials were saying to continue through. Sometimes that does happen. There is an exit right there too. Hopefully a lot of people heeded that warning and, you know, got off there. Okay. Will we have any rain tomorrow evening in Adel? Lacey, chances are going to be pretty low with that. Can't rule out a pop-up pulsing up here and there, but that would mainly be served over eastern Iowa. So, Joe, you might.
I am, yes.
Oh, you're on? Okay. What do you think, kind sir?
You know, one thing that I did want to actually kind of mention, I got, if you are in a situation where you're on an interstate that is flooded, like Chris showed with I-90 up in Austin, a great piece of advice, if you're ever in that situation, that I got a few years back was just go at a slow, steady pace. Do not slow down within that flood water, because that will give it a chance to come back up into the exhaust with your momentum and can put your car or truck or anything at risk of stalling out and you getting stuck. So if you are ever in that situation, just a slow, steady pace and don't stop. You have to keep going. So that was just one thing that I wanted to share. But Chris, one thing that I'm happy to see is that the cold pool is advancing out ahead of these storms, and so they do not look as robust as they once did. However long ago that was, a couple hours ago when they started firing. They don't look like they have the same juice at this moment in time that they did when they first fired.
Yeah, I agree. That cold pool is rushing out. You can really clearly see it on your radar image that you have right there. If you want to point it out to them at home.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put a little drawing on this here.
Yeah.
I'll point it out too. But so this is what we're talking about. Well, I'm a little bit off, but that's okay. So this is what we're talking about right here. It's really cool when you can clearly see this on radar. And like Chris mentioned a little bit ago, and like I'll mention now, this is a good thing if we're not looking for widespread severe weather with widespread impacts and damage, things of that nature. This is what we want to see to avoid that. But Chris, what kind of I'm assuming these are producing pretty intense rainfall rates at this moment. At least they were maybe a little bit ago.
Let's check it out. I haven't specifically looked because I'm not too concerned of the flash flooding aspect at the moment. But let's see how the rain intensity is. It takes a second to load in the data. And you'll even notice about an hour ago, it was more intense as far as kind of the boldness of those colors back when this was closer to Schleswig to Wall Lake to Sac City. Okay, we'll come to current and you see those heavy rain bursts just are not near as prevalent. So I'll sample just south of Carroll. That's going to be 3 inches of rain per hour, but it's not sitting over that one area for that long. These are very small now little impulses versus one big one. What an area that I would watch to really pack it in there is Southern Crawford, now 5.2 inches. And you notice how much more broad this little area is. Eastward segments, just the east-west segments right now are the most concerning because we have things moving south and east. So it's moving, let's say, southwards more slowly than it is eastward right now in the current trajectory. So if you have a big, long east-west segment, you're going to start packing in some higher rain totals in those areas. So there is still some intense rain in there. It's not a solid red mass like it is up here in northeastern Iowa, which I think is a little bit more concerning. And I mentioned, flash flood considerations up there in that band. Now we have one there, Floyd and Mitchell County. So, but that one around Austin is considerable. You see that threat tag there, and it's observed. So, kind of a nasty deal all around as we watch things overall. I don't know, Joe. What do you think on the overall scenario? Have you looked at any of the data here as of late?
Not as of late. I am very interested in seeing what what the latest guidance is kind of pointing towards. But given the trends that we're seeing, I mean the report that just came in, if you have friends and family up around Mason City and Clear Lake, not a good situation unfolding there. Cerro Gordo County Emergency Management reporting numerous cars stranded and just very deep standing water on a lot of roadways. So, Chris, you kind of called that a flash flood warning would likely be coming for those areas, and it sounds like they're starting to get some ground observations of flash flooding.
Yeah, there certainly is. As I zoom in here just below me, you can maybe make out that 43 miles per hour. That's at the Carroll Airport. I think that's kind of what we're looking at, a max up to 45 miles per hour. Also, Cerro Gordo County Dispatch just said 7 water-related calls, or weather-related calls, I should say. But some stronger wind up here into Cerro Gordo County, and there's the flash flood warning. You knew that was going to be coming in that vicinity. Let's check out the rain estimates. Grafton, which is just kind of north of this area, is close to 3 inches being reported. There's Grafton popping up on screen, and that's well within that range that we're seeing, right between that yellow and orange, 2 to 3 inches. So close to 3 inches in Grafton, dealing with the heavy rain issues in Mason City and Clear Lake right now. So that's from Emergency Management. Eric Whipple, great guy, passing along the information there. So that got a flash flood warning out. You got to watch those east-west segments. Given the trajectory these are moving east-southeast. So there's more easterly movement than southerly movement. So anytime you turn things east-west, you open yourself up to some more issues. So watch the US 30 corridor for some heavy rainfall. I'll loop it in the last hour. I think we're still moving fairly progressively to the south and east, Joe, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I do agree with that. And yeah, thankfully we do have, some of that progressive movement because that really was by far the greatest issue with what parts of the Des Moines Metro had late last week was just the training and back development. So it was just pouring over the same areas constantly for several hours. We're not seeing near as much back development in this particular scenario. And it's really, I think, northeast Iowa, that's the most easterly movement out of the 2 different kind of segments that we're watching for. And so that's where we're seeing the greatest issues. They've also been getting rain up in northeast Iowa and southeast Minnesota for quite a while now. I feel like it's been a bit. But also, Chris, I've got the latest data up. I could go through it real quick.
Yeah, go for it if you want. I'm working on a side project here, so go for it.
Yeah, so I'm always curious when it comes to latest data coming in, what the first image looks like. If that first image looks a little bit weird or just isn't up to scale of what's going on currently, then the overall data may not be great. But this is actually a pretty decent kind of first look here. So I'll advance it. Watch what happens as we get into 10, 11 o'clock here. We're looking at things becoming even more potentially even more fragmented, whereas we've got kind of 2 solid areas of rainfall and thunderstorms right now. This is, several different spots here of some heavier pockets of rain. And of course, I'm going to see some rumbles along with this as well. I'll fast forward through the overnight and into tomorrow morning. You notice things kind of fizzle. Something we'll have to watch as far as rainfall for southern Iowa, not just with some of the fragmented segments kind of overnight, but also tomorrow morning. There's another little wave that might try to come out of Nebraska and a little bit more thunderstorm activity, but like this data shows, it looks like that may cross a little bit farther south. But tomorrow, I think it's a morning scenario tomorrow where we could have some of this kind of linger around. And then once we get into the afternoon and evening, that's when we may have to watch for a very, very isolated pop-up, a couple of thunderstorms popping here and there. And that's about it. So
I don't think that would be concerning, though. If
yeah,
they do
no.
pop. It's not a severe threat. It'd be highly localized.
No, yeah, for sure. Not concerning in any way, just something, kind of if you end up one of those, it's like, what gives? I got to get my umbrella out for this or my rain jacket out for this. That's kind of what we're looking at here. And so, I think that data looked pretty good to me as far as the scenario I think is going to end up playing out. And all good news. They're continuing, hopefully continue to see these 2 kind of separate lines continue to weaken and continue to not have as heavy of rainfall involved with them, that'd all be great. Chris, I would love to not have anyone in Central Iowa dealing with another round of what happened late last week.
Yeah, certainly is the case. Joe, can you carry on for about 30, 45 more seconds?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me go back to radar here. Let's go look at the latest imagery, and it continues to, be on that trend line of not looking as robust, aside from what's going on in Northeast Iowa right now. So it'll just take a second for the radar to load back in here. Once it does, we'll have a look at everything. Still seeing that cold pool really advancing out ahead of the line that is getting closest to the Des Moines metro. So we've got radar pulled up here. Even this part of the storm that I'm going to circle here, which was over in Crawford County and now moving into Shelby County, this part of the storm was pretty robust. A couple of scans ago had some hail that was around just under an inch in diameter, and also potentially some slightly gusty winds, not quite to severe criteria, but now it's not showing up the same way. I'll take radar back just a couple of scans here so you can really see what I'm talking about here. But you notice when we had some of the purples right in here, this is when this part of the storm was at its strongest. But as we move forward and get to the current time, just not as strong. However, we're going to start to see this little outflow boundary and this a cooler outflow air. This is going to be kind of coming into the Des Moines metro within the next maybe 30 minutes or so. And when that happens, that's going to feel pretty refreshing, because it's still pretty toasty outside right now. But I will say that we are under the anvil of this area of storms, so kind of sitting under a shadow across Des Moines right now, thanks to these storms reaching the top of the atmosphere and that anvil extending over and kind of just acting as a little bit of shade for us almost from the last bit of sun before sunset.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Unfortunately, our cameras don't have very good view to the north and west in West Des Moines or in downtown Des Moines. So you saw Knoxville pulse up there, and this is a look southwest currently from West Des Moines. We can't turn northeast very well because the water tower does get in the way. But this storm is going to be pushing into the metro next 90 minutes or so, I would say, based on the current trend that we've been seeing. I'll pull you over to my radar box and I'll show you over portions of Calhoun County. Lorville had some reports of damage, also power out in town, and Rockwell City. Also some reports of trees being down. So there was a pop of wind as this storm was stronger earlier, around 6:43, 5-inch tree limb down there, and then a 52-mile-per-hour wind gust from Personal Weather Station 5 miles southwest of Rockwell City. Those are the only local storm reports we have in the Local 5 coverage area. Did have a couple of questions though. So Dorothy is asking any word on Northwood or Kensett, and you're kind of just in the middle of everything right now. You're done with the storms or appreciable risk of storms from here on out. Just briefly, I'll go ahead and show you the amounts of rain, and you're looking in the 1.5 to 2.5 inch range radar estimate in your area. So I think you'll probably be okay. So that's good news there. Any rain chances looking less likely near Fort Dodge area. And I think you're done in Fort Dodge, or what you have moving through now is going to be, the last of it. And I don't think it's too significant. Yeah, it's just off to your south. And I don't think it's going to build in a significant way there for you. in the Fort Dodge or Webster County area. I don't know, Joe, this is going to be into Des Moines sooner than the next 90 minutes. Maybe, Des Moines proper.
Yeah.
Look at the last hour here, how much things have progressed. Yeah, we're kind of developing out ahead. So this is actually going to be 45-minute type territory. Apologies on that. I was just kind of shooting from the hip there. Still see that clear, defined gust. Ames, you're just going to be clipped by this. I think you're going to be fine, Cameron. Kayla, downpouring in Mason City. Yeah, there's lots of roads flooded up there in Mason City right now, unfortunately. Does not look good, that's for sure. I'm going to check with the National Weather Service. Yeah, still same kind of reports that we've been relaying, that there's some stranded motorists, lots of calls to service from public to dispatch. So something's happening when that happens. Initially, Joe, I'll pull you in on this.
Yeah.
I was kind of thinking that that we could handle 3 inches. I'm not sure that we can, based on what's happening up north for tonight.
I know, because it's been a few more days that they've had a break up in northeast Iowa and southeast Minnesota than what we have, of course, which is just however many days, 4 or 5 days now, that we've been able to be dry. And I was very curious about just how much we would be able to handle really throughout this week, Chris. I've had kind of 3 inches in my mind as being kind of that where it would start to get more concerning if we saw amounts get up to that. But you might be right. We may, issues may start to come about from even just 2 inches in a shorter amount of time if this rain moves in pretty heavy.
Yeah. Hey, new picture up on stream. So I have a lot of following up in Austin, Minnesota, so I'm getting inundated with pictures. This is on the southwest side of town. You see the roads just completely flooded there. I'm just looking at these at the first time. I haven't seen these. Thanks to Andy for that. Mariah sharing this one. Backyard looks like a whole lake, and the basement looks the same. That's not good.
Oh.
Yeah. You can see that. That's unfortunate. 3 miles south of Austin, Minnesota, from Chris. This is coming in.
Water up past her knees.
5 feet high and rising. So
Water up past her
it's not Cedar River. That's too small. I'd have to really think on what body of water that would be off the top of my head. But yeah, kind of crazy. Some of the stuff that's going on. And then from a good friend of mine, and I heard that he's dealing with some water in basement too, unfortunately. Let me get this picture up. Yeah, a good friend of mine. In fact, he used to be a neighbor of mine. I used to live in this neighborhood. Actually, to tell you the truth, just beyond this house, on the other side of the street from this house. But yeah, that's a lot of rain. And he said it inundated his window wells and having some issues there from that. So
I thought that was a pond at first glance.
nope, that's the backyard, Joe. And
Gosh.
yeah, crazy. Joe, I'm inclined to put this back on, just kind of a radar loop for now, and we'll jump in if we see another warning pop up or see something concerning. Sometimes things can pop up magically when the storms gets over the Des Moines Metro, and you know what that is. There's just a lot of people there, right? So the reports are a little bit more prevalent when things actually happen. So we'll continue to watch that. This one coming into Des Moines, I'd say by 8:15, 8:20 or so, at least in the northwest burbs, and we'll continue to track it. I'm going to get the looping radar going, and we'll go ahead and keep the stream going, and we'll just let you know. Jump back on here if we need anything else significant to talk about. But that's Joe. Let me pull him back up here real quick. That's Joe. I'm Chris. Thanks for joining us on this chat. It's been fun to be on, just kind of shoot the breeze with you and quite literally just talk about stuff. It's fun just to talk about the weather, Joe, isn't it?
It is. It really is. And our number one goal is that the information that we provide all of you during these situations is helpful, and all we want is your safety. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll go ahead and wrap things up here, keep the radar looping, and we'll send you a notification if we come back online with you. But we'll get it looping here, and y'all have a safe evening. Take care.
Hello, everybody. Wanted to hop back into stream here. Meteorologist Joe Farrell joining you all on stream again here this evening. Hope you're having a wonderful. Gosh, what day is it? Wednesday. My days are all mixed up. Yeah, Wednesday night. Hope you're having a great Wednesday night. We are still watching for some severe threats in central Iowa, and I wanted to hop in and give you all an update on that. So let's go ahead and take a look at radar, and I'm going to get things switched over to where we've got our warnings here. So one thing that did happen not too long ago was there was a tornado warning just to the west of Cass County and Atlantic, but it was elevated rotation. It wasn't translating down to the surface, and so it wasn't going to keep going downstream. So we that's why no tornado warning left. It's not going to foresee anything else getting issued here. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Cass County, as well as a very, very small portion of southwestern Audubon County. So here's what the warning is for. It's going to be for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. I believe that's what they had for it. And under quarter hail. Likely not a ton of hail involved with this, especially given how much it's weakened over the past few scans. But this warning for Audubon and Cass County will remain until 10:45. And just as a reminder to everyone, we'll be going on for Local 5 News, not at 10, obviously, late night, a late night newscast thanks to the Indiana Fever playing on Local 5 right now. So once the game is wrapped up, then we'll go into our late night newscast. Just a reminder for you there. So given the fact that they did have hail as a part of the warning, let me see. Yep. Kind of as I thought. No hail really showing up here. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by this. Now let me look. Let's get a look at the velocity here. See if we can see anything. So a lot of the rotation that was kind of showing up here, as I mentioned just a minute ago, a lot of it was elevated. So it just wasn't translating down closer to the base of the storms or down to the surface. It stayed elevated. And going back a couple scans here is with this kind of this bit of convergence and this overall just kind of a mesocyclone, and you kind of see with the outbound winds here, the inbound winds here. This is a super broad area of rotation. We weren't a huge fan of the warning being issued just because it was elevated rotation, but nonetheless, there was a warning, no longer in place. We're all good. Everything's been weakening, and kind of part of the reason for that, we're going to see the winds start to come down with this line too. So there was I believe it was a 67 mile per hour wind gust in Shelby, Iowa. Let me double check that. It was a measured 67 mile per hour wind gust in Shelby, 1 mile north of the city. But that's outside the Local 5 coverage area, and that is also when that line of storms was at its strongest, and as it's had that kind of a vicious bowing segment type of look to it. That was, when that was going on. So let's get to why I do believe. Looks like the Severe Thunderstorm Watch wanted to show up with this. Give me one moment. Just have to click in and out of the couple different things here just to get the warnings, just the warnings to show up, not the watch too. So here's good news here, everyone. We when we were on stream earlier, we were talking about this as the line was beginning to approach the Des Moines Metro. This is cooler outflow air. This is a cold pool advancing out ahead of this line of storms. And so this is a telltale sign that this line overall is weakening. And when I take radar back a couple of scans, we did it with velocity, I'm going to do it with regular reflectivity here. You will see that Boeing segment. So, boom, right there. These kind of 3-4 scans. And it's this spot right around Avoca. So that's that Boeing segment that I was talking about. And that's when it had its, kind of most robust look and had the ability to produce very strong winds, like what happened in Shelby with that 67 mile per hour wind gust. So this pulsed up, and then we're seeing that outflow. I'm not gonna draw this time. I'll get the pointer. So there it is right there. Let's go a couple of scans in advance. And you see how it's advancing and continues to move southeast with this line of storms. This is exactly what we saw earlier on as storms were moving into the Des Moines Metro. So this is good news. This means that that line is going to be continue to weaken. Strongest portion of it is just to the west and southwest of the Local 5 coverage area. We're talking down into strongest part of the storm is moving into Montgomery County right now, northwestern Montgomery County in Iowa. So this is going to continue to show signs of weakening. Now, there is still, rainfall going on. There's still lightning. There's still thunder. So this, all of these kind of storms that are kind of scattered around in the two separate lines that we have here now, they're still going to kind of have some bark to them, but there's just not going to be that bite where we're watching for damaging winds and large hail or a possible, possible rotation to start coming about. We're not looking at that kind of scenario. We just don't have that type of environment in central Iowa, which is why in two separate time periods here, as lines of storms began to get into central Iowa, they started to weaken, and that trend of them weakening continued. And I'm continuing to see that weakening trend. In fact, where we have this warning in Cass County, the bulk of this storm may end up not even moving all the way through this severe thunderstorm warning, just given with the latest movement of this. So here's a broader look at everything. There's more severe weather into parts of southeastern Nebraska. Now, this whole cluster back here, we may see this begin to kind of tilt a little bit overnight, and this wave may start to kind of push east a little bit more. So we're talking that into the very, very early part of tomorrow morning, we may see some of this action kind of start to swing into parts of northern Missouri and swing into kind of southern Iowa. Not looking at a severe threat with it, but it's just that we may see that kind of swing in, and as it does, there will be some heavy rain and another scenario where there is some bark to it, but not a lot of bites to it. So that's the scenario that we've got going on right now, and I just wanted to hop into stream and kind of give you all that update. I'm going to stay on for just a couple of minutes here, just to kind of see this severe thunderstorm warning in west central Iowa, see that through a little bit more, unless it does get canceled. In fact, give me one moment here. I want to take a look at the National Weather Service chat. and there has not been an update on that warning. So all good news. It's one of those situations, you know, the saying, no news is good news. No news is good news unless the news is that, you know, the warnings are going to be canceled because it's not actually, you know, producing severe criteria anything. So that's, yeah, we've got a lot of good news in regards to severe weather chances. Now, when it comes to rainfall, let's take a look at the past 6 hours here. It'll take a second to load the data in. We're continuing to kind of monitor this situation. I mean, just copious amounts of rain fell in southeastern Minnesota. You see up near Austin here. Mason City, Clear Lake, a lot of flooding issues earlier on tonight. And just horrible scenes overall. But as far as rainfall in central Iowa here, you know, we're not seeing too high of amounts at this time. Radar estimating, let's put it on this little darker spot in near Winterset. So that might be slightly overdone. I think a situation that we're looking at here is with the rainfall that we're currently seeing and how everything is weakening a bit. Not to say that these kind of lingering storms that will last into the night, not to say they can't produce, you know, some heavier downpours here and there, kind of like, you know, what we've got going on up near, you know, Churdan and, you know, from Churdan, Lake City over to the east a little bit more, Boxholm, this area, some heavy rain with this with this little bit of activity here. So the rainfall totals in central Iowa may not end up amounting to a lot or to dangerous levels. However, just because of the rain that we got last week, we have to continue to watch it. I think we could maybe, just given how much has fallen already, we could maybe handle a little bit more from here on out, just because it hasn't been super heavy for a super long period of time in central Iowa. We'll continue to monitor it. We'll continue to watch it. The National Weather Service is keeping the flood watch into tomorrow morning just in case. And that severe warning did end up getting canceled. Great news. Let me see if they're planning on issuing another spot here. I'm just going to slide over for a second. Yeah. Nothing in National Weather Service chat in the latest. So glad that we could see that warning through and have it be canceled before, you know, it reached the expiry time. As that outflow continues to advance out ahead of this line of storms in southwestern Iowa, we'll continue to see that weaken and continue to see that trend. So we're trending in a good direction here. I think as we head into the overnight, we'll still have to watch for maybe a couple more of these storms, kind of trying to pulse up for a minute or two, and then they'll pulse back down. It's something that it's just something that can happen within these clusters of storms. You can have a couple different areas that try to get a little bit more vigorous, and then the environment's not there, and so it just kind of dies out, goes out with a bit of a whimper. I think we'll continue to see that trend into the overnight tonight, and we'll continue to monitor things for any sort of flooding issues that may come about. But just because the rain hasn't been super heavy to this point, I think we're going to end up being okay. May see some slight rises in things like 4 Mile Creek or Walnut Creek, Beaver Creek, and other creeks and streams kind of around central Iowa. Maybe see a slight rise overnight with any more rain that continues to kind of come down. But we are trending in the right direction as far as not going through another super significant scenario. So that's good news there too. I think I'll leave it there. We're going to keep the stream up and we are going to keep it going on looping radar. I'll put it back on looping radar, and we'll go. We'll kind of go from there. So if it warrants it again, you all will see me on stream giving another update. But otherwise, have a great rest of the night. No, it's 10:30. Maybe you don't have much of your night left. Hope it's a quiet and good end to your evening. And we'll be seeing you on, if not on stream, on Local 5 News after the Fever game. It's currently just about 40 seconds left in the third quarter. So still got the fourth quarter to go, but after the fourth quarter and the game comes to an end, we'll be going on for our late night newscast. But we'll keep the stream up and keep radar looping, so you can continue to tune in for that. But for now, I'm going to sign off here. Meteorologist Joe Farrell joining you all from the Local 5 weather team. Thanks for trusting us, and thanks for tuning in. Anytime we've got updates on weather events, whether severe or a heat dome like we're going to see next week, tune into the forecast tonight. I'll have updates on that. So have a great rest of your evening, and we will see you soon on Local 5.